Bill. Well, good morning, everybody. We've got a lot to celebrate at this board meeting this morning, and some of it's on placards behind me. So hopefully you didn't see it in the news. You'll see it at the front of the room today, but we did see a historic budget. And we'll talk more about that as we go through the morning. And I'm very proud of the team in this building, working with the General Assembly and the governor to move this budget forward. This morning, we're going to start off like we normally do with a Pledge of Allegiance. And the sponsor of this morning's discussion is Isothermal Community College. Dr. Margaret Annunziata, the president, and student Alex Cook from Isothermal. They will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Cook, could you please come up to the microphone? Thank you.
Okay, there we go. My name is Alexander Cook. Oh, that's much better. And I am a student and veteran at Isothermal Community College. If you would please rise and join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. That particular pledge means quite a bit to me as a veteran and reminds me quite a bit of why I chose to join the service. In service of this country and its fine people, and also everyone who is oppressed and human rights issues all across the world. These things were reaffirmed for me at Isothermal Community College as I met, worked with, and was encouraged and supported by many individuals within that college to help me better myself, especially past my service. As many of you might know, we have a lot of trouble reintegrating into society, after long stints of deployments and PTSD and all the other things that veterans suffer. So I am very grateful to Isothermal Community College for helping me to start a foothold into my future plans and everything that I will do past this. Dr. Annunziata and the rest of Isothermal has supported me in every way they can, both as an adult learner and a veteran as well. Things that I might not have been able to provide for myself or get on my own, I was swiftly given as well, with nothing asked of me in return at all. I cannot thank them enough for what they have done for me or community college in general. Community college really is about community, and it's about community helping others and community giving back to itself as well, as I plan to do so in my future plans. I'm going to be going to UNCA. I'm actually admitted. I will be getting my bachelor's in political science with a minor in legal studies, from which I intend to go to law school, hopefully either Duke Law or Chapel Hill Law, or if someone has a good recommendation, I'll gladly take that. But that all aside, I plan to become a judge, studying public service law, constitutional law, and veterans affairs, so I can help my fellow brothers and sisters out as I am able. My aim would be Supreme Court, highest court in the land, if I can get there, and hopefully it all pulls out. Other than that, I'm excited to give back to. Did you have a?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I am excited to give back to my communities, my country, and serve in ways that I never thought I was going to be able to. With that, I will introduce.
I want to hear a little more about you.
Me?
Yeah.
What would you like
Go ahead.
to know?
I'd like to know about your military career.
My military.
I mean,
career.
because you're here for a main reason. You inspire us. People like you inspire this board, inspire this system. Your story of how you got here. your goals. I mean, the goals you talked about this morning are aspirational goals, and I believe that's what all our students have, are aspirational goals, and it's our mission to make sure they achieve those aspirational goals. So if you could just spend a few minutes, just tell us about your career and how you got in the military.
I'll tell you what I can.
Okay.
So I had a TSSCI clearance, and a lot of what I did, I can't speak of in public because I literally signed my life away in two ways. One for my service, and yeah. Another affidavit.
I don't want to stop your aspirations right now. So that wasn't my plan.
But I will tell you this. So I joined December 13th of 2014, and I graduated AIT somewhere around November of the following year. Sorry, that was December 14th of 2013, and graduated in November of 2014 from my job training, which is a human intelligence collector. What I can tell you about that is I did interrogations, and the other thing I'm probably not supposed to say, but it was source operations essentially. So I would go out into the field and I would talk with the human part of, well, whatever we happen to be dealing with, and get information through human contacts, interrogations, and stuff like that. Mostly supporting active duty overseas efforts, and I've been to quite a few bases. Some I can't name. But that's mainly what my career was, and I did 8 long years of that. So December 21st of 2021 was when my contract was finally up, and I don't regret it for a minute. I would do it differently should I do it again, but I think most everybody would say that once they've been in and they realize what everything's like, and they get out and they go, oh, well, I could have done this differently or that differently. That's part of the reason why I want to do a lot of the Veterans Affairs stuff in particular, is so I can learn the legal systems and all the pathways that I can to help my brothers and sisters out post-service, because I have seen a lot of my personal friends get chopped up by the system post-service.
Well, we're very proud of you. I want to thank you for coming here this morning to share your story. And I think, Mr. Trapp, you have a question?
Yeah, very quickly, I was from veteran to veteran. I was deciphering what you were saying, and I didn't hear branch unless you said it, but I did hear AIT. So
yes,
okay,
I was Army, 35 Mike.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for yours. Any further questions?
No, we're confident you're going to do well. We'll be following you. We'll be asking President Annunziata. So if you could join us now, President Annunziata.
And welcome, Dr. Annunziata.
Good morning.
Morning.
Pleasure to be with you, Mr. Chair, members of the State Board, President Carver. It's good to see you again, the staff, and all of my colleagues here. It's a pleasure to be here, but more importantly, what I wanted to have the opportunity to bring today was Alex's experience. As members of the State Board, we recognize in our colleges that your role is about supporting our students across the state, and I am grateful for that. And I think it's so much more important and certainly more compelling for you to hear from Alex and his story than to hear from me. However, since I was invited, I'm going to just say a couple of things. Our support for our veterans and their families extends far beyond the classroom, right? We take it seriously when we talk about community. And so we really are intentional about how we engage with our veterans and their families, our military families in our communities. In Rutherford and Polk counties, the service area for Isothermal Community College, approximately 8% of our population are veterans, which is a little higher than other areas of, certainly other areas of the country. And that ranges across kind of eras of service, with the largest group being veterans from the Vietnam War era. As we engage, I think the most important thing for us is to remember the incredible impact that these individuals have in our community. And so we look for ways to support them and bring them into the college as part of our community. Veterans events, highlighting their service, honoring their sacrifices, and welcoming them as partners in the work that we do. I just want to share one thing with you before I sit down and you go on about this important business here today. And that is that because of the commitment of Isothermal Community College and our communities to our veterans, we are pleased to host The Wall That Heals, which is a traveling exhibit for the replica of the Vietnam War Memorial. It's traveling around the country this year, and we will be the only stop in North Carolina. And we will be pleased to host that exhibit the week of Veterans Day. So at your place, you have a brochure that details that. I would invite you to join us for that celebration. It is a tremendous opportunity to honor our veterans, to acknowledge and celebrate what they have contributed to our communities, and also to educate future generations about the impact and the import of that work. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I hope to see you on campus in November for The Wall That Heals. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want the board members to know and folks in the room that these discussions don't end here in this meeting. I mean, last month, we had a student who had a problem with transfer credits. They were having an issue for a few weeks. They contacted us, and within an hour, we had that situation resolved, working with one of the veteran centers. We're establishing deep relationships with the National Guard. I found out we only have about 147 members of the National Guard that are in our community college system today. My opinion is we should have probably 1,000 students in the National Guard. So this is one way for us to drive awareness that our military plays in our state. I think we've got with President Sorrells down in Fayetteville, I think the largest base in the country, and probably one of the largest states or with military installations in the country as well. So I want everyone to know that's listening and in this room that we are committed to supporting our military, our veterans. It's a commitment, and if anyone ever needs help, reach out to me or anyone on the system staff, and we'll be happy to help assist you with whatever issue you have. And finally, I'll say at our major awards event, they were probably the highlight of the show. Everyone that gave me feedback from the board, when that band came in and our fake eagle was flying on the stage, we'll get a real one next year. I keep talking about that eagle. They made it a phenomenal experience to open up the evening. So again, Alex, thank you for your service and for taking the time to share your story with us this morning. Are we ready to swear in we're not ready to. Okay. Mr. McBrayer, who is a proud member of the Longleaf Pine Award, will make a special presentation this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I drop all my notes that I was told that I have to go by these or I'd be in trouble. So I'm going to read. It's unlike me to get up here and read, but I'm going to. First of all, Alex, thank you for what you do. And Margaret Annunziata, go Patriots. Thank you. I'm a proud alum of Isothermal in a roundabout way. We'll talk about that later. Okay, stick to the script. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, distinguished guests. Good morning. It's my pleasure to address you today, not only as a state board member, but also a proud supporter of a newly established fund at the North Carolina Community College Foundation. One of the things I appreciate most about our community colleges is that they develop more than skilled workforce. They also help develop leaders. We believe that our colleges serve go on to strengthen their communities by serving their neighbors and making a long impact across our state. Everyone in this room knows that leadership is not defined by a title. It's demonstrated through character, service, integrity, and a willingness to step forward when others need us. Those same values are reflected in one of North Carolina's highest civil honors, the Order of the Longleaf Pine, an award bestowed by the governor to recognize individuals who have made extraordinary contributions to our state and their communities. In fact, this board recently just celebrated former system president Jeff Cox with his as a recipient of this distinguished award. He joins many leaders connected with North Carolina Community College system who have received this award, including our own Congressman David Price over here, Dr. David Price, Dr. Dale McGinnis, Dr. Bill Carver. And there's probably others. There are others in the room, and then me, of course. What you may not know is that hundreds of North Carolinians who have received the Order of the Longleaf Pine are members of a voluntary Order of the Longleaf Pine Society. And for the first time in the history, the society has chosen to focus its collective philanthropic efforts on a single charitable cause, investing in North Carolina Community College students. Today, we are honored to celebrate that commitment through the creation of the Order of the Longleaf Pine Society Fund at the North Carolina Community College Foundation. It is now my privilege to introduce the founder and director of the society, whose leadership helped make this historic partnership possible. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Philip Fisher.
Well, thank you, Bill. Of course, thank you, members of the board, for having me here today to share with you about this fund. As Bill just said, the award is bestowed by the governor of North Carolina, has long recognized individuals who have demonstrated extraordinary service to the people of North Carolina and their communities. At its core, the honor represents something that's larger than recognition. It represents the commitment to leadership, service, character, and the belief that each of us has a responsibility to leave our communities better than when we found them. Those values are just as important today as they have ever been. And we have a calling to pass these values down to the next generation of future leaders. Now, compelled by these virtues, society wanted to find a way to give back that not only honors the award's legacy, but also recognizes and invests in individuals with strong leadership potential who one day themselves may be awarded this honor, by the governor. Supporting community colleges and college students was a natural fit. And that's why the society is proud to partner with the North Carolina Community College System to establish the Order of the Longleaf Pine Society Fund. Now, this fund will annually recognize community college students who demonstrate ethical leadership, integrity, a strong commitment to community and service, and a positive influence among their peers. It will also serve the dual purpose of supporting the continued development of the North Carolina Community College System Student Leadership Development Program, ensuring that students have opportunities to grow as leaders and make meaningful contributions on their campuses and in their communities. We believe North Carolina's future depends upon leaders who are willing to serve others, solve problems, and create opportunities where none existed before. We believe many of those future leaders are currently sitting in our community college classrooms. It is our honor to invest in them. And speaking of those future leaders, I'd like to introduce one of the students that's currently participating in the Student Leadership Development Program. Now, this student recently returned from a week at Camp Caraway, the first of many experiences in their year-long leadership journey alongside other students participating in this year's Student Leadership Development Cohort. Please join me in welcoming Citlali Garcia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Citlali Garcia. Thank you for the wonderful introduction. I'm a student at Alamance Community College. I am honored to have been selected as one of the students participating in the 2026-2027 Student Leadership Development Program. Growing up as a daughter of immigrants and a first-generation college student, my parents always reminded me that my education is something no one can take away from you. I've carried that lesson with me throughout my life, and it is one of the reasons I continued pushing my education even when my path didn't look the way I expected. Like many students, I had a picture in my mind of what my college experience would look like. I was fortunate enough to be accepted into my first choice university. When financial circumstances and other life factors made that impossible, I enrolled at my local community college. At first, it felt like a detour from the path I had planned, a setback. Looking back now, I can honestly say it has become one of the greatest opportunities of my life. Community college didn't just allow me to continue my education. It introduced me to people and perspectives different from my own that challenged me to grow in ways I didn't expect. A big part of that growth has come through the Student Leadership Development Program and the Leadership Retreat. Going into leadership, I expected to learn the traditional leadership skills, communication, teamwork, and how to lead others. While I certainly gained those skills, what surprised me the most was how much I learned about myself. Each activity throughout the program encouraged me to reflect on my values, my whys, and the experiences that shaped who I am. It challenged me to ask myself why I want to lead and what kind of leader I hope to become. For me, that meant reflecting on my goals and values while confronting the imposter syndrome I've often experienced as a first-generation college student. Instead of seeing those experiences as obstacles, I began to see them as strengths that allow me to better understand and connect with others. One of the biggest shifts for me came through the people I met. This year's cohort brought together 37 student leaders representing 25 community colleges across North Carolina, giving me the opportunity to connect with students whose experiences were both different from and remarkably similar to my own. Some were early college students, others were GED graduates, parents returning to school, veterans, and fellow first-generation students. On paper, our lives looked very different, but the more we talked, the more I realized how much we truly had in common. We shared many of the same hopes, challenges, and questions about the future. Those conversations changed the way I see community college. What I once thought as my second choice has become one of my greatest strengths. Community college brings together people with different experiences, perspectives, and stories in a way that creates meaningful opportunities to learn from one another. I've always believed education was about gaining knowledge, but SLDP has reminded me that some of the most valuable lessons don't come from a textbook. They come from the people sitting beside you. Those conversations didn't end when leadership did. Just this past month, I met up with one of the students I met through the program to go hiking. It reminded me that the relationships built through SLDP are real. The program doesn't just teach leadership. It creates a community of people who continue encouraging and learning from one another long after the retreat ends. I came to leadership thinking leadership was about finding my voice. I left realizing it's just as much about learning to hear the voice of others. As I continue my education and I pursue a career in medicine, I know I'll carry these lessons with me. Every patient has a story, just as every student has a story. SLDP has strengthened my ability to listen, understand different perspectives, and value each person's unique experiences. I know these skills will help me become not only a better leader, but a better healthcare provider and someone who can make a positive difference in my community. Finally, I would like to thank the North Carolina Community College System, the Student Leadership Development Program, the leadership facilitators, the Order of the Longleaf Pine Society, and all the supporters and donors who made this opportunity possible. Your continued investments in this program do so much more than fund a leadership experience. It creates opportunities for students like me to discover our potential, build lifelong relationships, and develop the skills to lead our campuses, communities, and future professions. Because of your generosity, students across North Carolina are finding confidence, discovering their purpose, and realizing that their voice matters. Thank you for believing in students like me and for making this opportunity possible. Your support is not only shaping our education, but is shaping the future leaders of North Carolina. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Citlali. Your marks perfectly capture why today's announcement is so important. So as I stand here today, I can't help but reflect on a moment that took place in this very room in 2022, where my long friend and college roommate, Joe Friday, Joe, inducted me into this Lonely Pine Society. About a year later, Joe calls me up with a simple question. How could we come up with a scholarship that recognizes community college students through their service? Normally, scholarships are for the brainiacs. You got to have a 4.0 before you can get these scholarships. This is for everybody, and it's for their service. And so we could call it the, Order of the Lonely Pine Student Scholarship Award or something. We really didn't know what we were going to call it. And so he said we could also reach out to our past recipients because Philip has a list of all the recipients and asked for money to help fund this scholarship. So that conversation sparked an idea. So I arranged a meeting with Joe and Grant Godwin, who was with the foundation. He was leaving the foundation at the time, and Katie Luvis was coming into the foundation at the time, and Philip Fisher, who you met earlier, and many others, to turn this idea into the opportunity that we're celebrating today. What began as a conversation among two friends has become an investment in our next generation of leaders. After hearing Sit Lolly, I think we can all see why the investment matters. The Order of the Lonely Pine Society Fund represents more than recognition. It represents a commitment to developing leaders who will serve their communities and believe that the leaders of tomorrow are sitting in our community college classrooms today. As we launch this fund, our goal is not only to establish it, but to grow it. The vision is to create a lasting source of support so students for years to come can benefit from transformational leadership experiences. Now, at your seats, you'll find information about the Student Leadership Development Program and the new fund. If you feel inspired, and we certainly hope you do, we invite you to use the QR code provided to make a contribution and help us continue developing future leaders, student leaders. On behalf of the State Board of Community Colleges, I want to thank you to my good friend, Joe Friday, Grant Godwin, Philip Fisher, Katie Luvis, the Order of the Lonely Pine Society, and the North Carolina Community College Foundation, and everyone who generously and vision brought this idea to life. The Society is a cornerstone of the Foundation's broader national campaign, and we hope to see other groups follow their lead. Thank you again to Philip and the members of the Lonely Society for leading the way. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That concludes my remarks.
Let me just add my thanks to Alex, Joe, and Bill. Really appreciate your support of the community college system. I'm confident that this is going to continue to grow. And I want to congratulate Mr. McBrayer. It's the first time in 5 years of knowing you, you stayed right on your script. So congratulations on that. Now, I also noticed on the agenda that the foundation is not going to be on the agenda this week. But what we've started to do is provide foundation donations and stories at all the meetings as well. And I want to thank Grant Godwin. Grant Godwin's in the back. Grant, would you raise your hand, please? When I joined this board, the foundation, I would say, was a fledgling foundation. Grant helped build the foundation in the early days. And Katie, I believe, as of today, over the last 14 months, this foundation that was raising less than $1 million a year is raised over 62 million. So I want to congratulate the work of the foundation. And I'm a big believer, success breeds success. So I've got this number of 125 in my head now. So just the next foundation board member, maybe I'll see that on a chart somewhere. Yeah. You know me, Joe, Jeff. Okay, we're going to move on now to a swearing in of our new student government president, Stephanie Payno. Come on up. And Judge Brian Collins, we want to thank you for filling in. I understand we notified you about 20 minutes ago, so you must run fast. All right.
Do I have the floor?
Yes, Judge.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. I'm Brian Collins. I'm the lesser of the two Judge Collinses. I've been called into service, and I'm really happy to be here. I grew up in Wilkes County, and Wilkes Community College, I know, did great things for our community, including Merle Fest. So I assume that all the community colleges do equally great things for their communities, and I really value them. I'm happy to be here. I'm also happy to meet Stephanie Pano. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I understand that you like computers, information technology, cybersecurity, and we really need that these days. And I'm sure your board is welcoming some fresh young leadership. So congratulations to you. Who do you have with you? Hello, Jaden. Hello, Lilia. Okay, Lilia, I'm sorry. And you're going to swear on the Bible? Are you ready? Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand, please. Do you, Stephanie Pano, solemnly and sincerely swear that you will support the Constitution of the United States? And do you, Stephanie Pano, solemnly and sincerely swear that you will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the state of North Carolina and to the constitutional powers and authorities which are or may be established for the government thereof, and that you will endeavor to support, maintain, and defend the Constitution of said state, not inconsistent with the Constitution of the United States, to the best of your knowledge and ability? And do you, Stephanie Pano, further solemnly and sincerely swear that you will well and truly execute the duties of your office as a member of the State Board of Community Colleges according to the best of your skills and abilities, according to law, so help you God? Welcome to the board.
At this time, we will have several photos. If we can have a photo with Stephanie, her family, and Judge Collins, please. You can just stand in the middle and Nathan will. Yes. Chair Looney and then President Linguist. Sir. And Mr. King. He is not here. Ready? Oh, Mr. Kane is on his way. Thank you. Oop. Judge, thank you so much for your time. President Linguist, if you can stand there, and then we have JCC's student government, if you can come forward, please. And then last will be the N4C SGA. That will be the last photo.
One first, just the president.
JCC. And last but not least, the N4C board. Thank you, sir. Thank you all so much. Thank you.
And I just make one other comment. As you know, we've started a student advisory council with our focus on the customer being the student. And Stephanie will be one of the inaugural members of that council. So I know Mr. Ottman's working feverishly to get that scheduled, I think in the September, October timeframe, but it's going to be an amazing experience for all the students that participate. And we look forward to your participation and feedback to this board over the next year. Thank you. Okay, with that, Ms. Mass, would you take the roll?
Yes, sir. Mr. Tom Looney.
Here.
Mr. John Kane.
Here.
Ms. Paula Benson.
Here.
Thank you. State Treasurer Brad Briner or Eric Nasbit. Ms. Lisa Eastep. Labor Commissioner Luke Farley or Chris Bullard. Ms. Stacy Griffin. Lieutenant Governor Rachel Hunt or Megan Quick. Mr. Jeffrey Lang.
Here.
Dr. David Lowry. Mr. Chris Lumsden. Mr. Bill McBrayer. Dr. Dale McGinnis. Mr. Robert Moore. Mr. Scott Ottman. Ms. Stephanie Pano. Welcome. The Honorable David Price. The Honorable Sam Searcy.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Ray Trapp. Ms. Sarah West. Mr. Terry Yergin. We have a quorum, sir.
And Ms. Carpenter, could you read the conflict of interest or potential conflicts of interest?
Yes, sir. Good morning and welcome to the July 17th, 2026 meeting of the State Board of Community Colleges. It is my duty to remind the members of the board that it is your responsibility to avoid all conflicts of interest and potential conflicts of interest as defined in the North Carolina Ethics Law. As public servants, it is your duty to continually monitor, evaluate, and manage your personal, financial, and professional affairs in such a way as to ensure the absence of conflicts or potential conflicts. Does any member know of any conflict of interest or potential conflicts with respect to any matters coming before the board today? Noting none, sir.
Great, thank you. The minutes have been presented. Are there any changes or questions from the May 15th, 2026 minutes? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Second.
Second. McGinnis, all those in favor, please say aye. Do you have any opposed? That motion carries. I'm going to now poll the committee chairs for changes to the agenda based on our committee meetings yesterday. And the Executive Committee, there are no changes expected. Finance Committee, Ms. Eastep.
No changes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. State Board Policy and Governance.
Yes, the committee would like to move 9 for future action items to for action.
Thank you, Ms. Eastep. Transformation Committee, Mr. Ottman.
No changes.
Strategic Planning Committee, Dr. McGinnis.
No changes, sir.
Thank you. Programs and Student Success Committee, Ms. West. No changes. And then Personnel Committee, Mr. McBrayer.
Yes, sir. We have 3 items for closed session.
I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented and amended. More, do I have a second? Mr. Ottman, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion is carried. Consent agenda are listed on the consent agenda and designated on the full agenda. Are there any questions about the consent agenda? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda? Mr. Lang, do we have a second by Mr. McBrayer? All those in favor, please say aye. Do we have any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, it's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Amanda Lee, President of Bladen Community College. We recognize you at the board meeting in June. You're still here, great. But I want to thank you. I mean, Bladen County, I've been down there. I've visited your location, and that's quite a ride. And for 5 years, you've been driving up for these meetings. I didn't realize it was that long. But we appreciate your commitment, your dedication, the transparency of working with the organization, and the platform you give me to get the board's message out to all the presidents. So welcome this morning. We look forward to your comments and really thank you for your service.
Thank you. It has actually been longer than 5 years, so it's been quite a commitment. I've seen things go on Interstate 95. I've seen them fix it, unfix it, fix it. So it's been quite a pleasure, and thank you for taking the time to come visit Bladen Community College. So I do want to say a wonderful warm welcome to President Carver. And I appreciate that you care enough about our system, that you have left your gardens, you've left your happy place to support us during this transition. So thank you so very much. And Stephanie, congratulations. I have watched you grow over the last several years, and what a wonderful privilege to see you get sworn in this morning. You're going to be a wonderful addition to this amazing group of people. So this morning, I am joined with several other presidents, and it's always a privilege to introduce them. So behind me, I have JB Buxton, so hopefully he's waving at you. He is the vice president of the association and incoming president if things go the way we anticipate. And I think next to him, or at least on the same row, is past president of the association, David Heatherly. And then, because you all know every single one of these presidents are my absolute favorite in alphabetical order, is Margaret Annunziata. You saw her earlier this morning as her student did such an incredible job with our military moment, and she's president of Isothermal Community College. Dr. Lisa Chapman is here, and she's president of Central Carolina Community College. Patrina Elliott snuck in, but she is over on this other side, and she's with Halifax Community College. Dr. Ken Engel was here. I believe he had to step out, but you certainly know him through the technology committee. And also we have Vern Lindquist, the fake Eagle owner, is here with us. Mike Rogers, who is known from Rural Fest and also president of Wilkes Community College. And finally, Zach Snell with Pamlico Community College. And this is just a few of the many wonderful people that I get to work with in this role.
Did you say something?
Yeah.
I want to say it again.
It's nice to have so many people to help. So I could not do what I do without all of the help that I get. And I don't want to miss the moment to also say thank you for this opportunity to come before you. Y'all have a huge agenda. There's a lot that goes on at these meetings, and you take the time to let the president speak. So thank you. That's not an opportunity that we take for granted. I also want to say, I've got so much to say, that we are so excited. You know, I think about the state of the system, and of course we know there's a lot going on, but we have a new business model. And let me tell you, the excitement that that generates back on our campuses to take what's been approved by the General Assembly and start applying it differently and creatively. This is a wonderful, exciting time for us. We thank you for your advocacy for all the work that's happened. We thank our team here at the system office. I'm sure you're going to get lots of accolades today, as both of you should, Alex and Deanna. And we thank you so much for all of you and the work you did for us to have such a wonderful budget this year. We want to celebrate as well the high cost applications that our colleges just received, and also applications for the Access to Achievement. These are things that you have all been so supportive of, and it gives our colleges the chance to shine in very special ways. So thank you for making those opportunities available to us. So priorities, absolutely, the president's search. I am so thankful to you, Chairman Looney, to have had an opportunity to serve on the advisory committee. I have gotten so many phone calls about your work and what you're doing on that search committee. So I'm very excited that we're making progress, and we look forward to hopefully some public announcements, which will make my phone a little bit quieter in the future. I also want to say that we've got, I thought, a lot done this year. But thank you so much for yesterday and all the work in your committees. I have a list for our incoming president based on the activities that you did yesterday that will keep him busy for a whole year. So thank you so much for your work yesterday and for teeing us up for a great year ahead. We do have a lot that we need to do. That budget bill was huge. How many pages, Alex? A lot. So we have a lot of work to do. There's more than just the budget that's included in all of those pages. Everybody's reading. We're reading all of the details because we want to be sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to do. So one of our priorities, besides supporting everyone here at the system office, is reading the budget bill and making sure that we're following all of the new regulations that have been given to us. I think also a challenge right now, and Dr. Carver, I will say on behalf of all the presidents that I think we have an opportunity to reaffirm all of our partnerships during your tenure, and we look forward to an opportunity to do that with you. So we're focusing on the next play. I think that's the sad thing about it, finishing up one session is you immediately start gearing up for the next session. And I will be happy to tell you that we have our summer conference coming up at the end of this month, and we'll be spending quite a bit of time talking about our legislative agenda and moving forward next year, because as you know, the work never stops. So as just a point of personal privilege, thank you so much for the recognition last month. That vase is exquisite. It is the most beautiful thing I've ever received. I cannot thank you enough for taking a moment to acknowledge me. I also will say, I think in my leaving that the system office may save some money, because you may not know, you have been buying a lot of Hershey Kisses to support my energy level during your meetings. So I appreciate that support as well as each of your friendships and the things that we've been able to do together. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my report.
Thanks for your comments and thanks for your service. And I believe you mentioned your election is going to be at the president's meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. And JB, we've kind of touched base already, but not that I'm plugging you here this morning, but we look forward to your leadership in whatever role it is, but hopefully we'll see you at the microphone. Thank you. Okay, Stephanie, the moment you've been waiting for, your first presentation to our board. Claudia, oh, excuse me. Probably threw you off guard. I'd like to invite Claudia Robinette to the microphone, please. I jumped ahead one.
That's quite all right. Good morning. Good morning, Chairman Looney. Sorry.
Really nice to have you here.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Association. We had a fabulous relationship with your predecessor. You and I have met many times.
Yes, sir.
You're back working with your former president here up front. So we look forward to the impact you're going to have on sharing the trustees' priorities with this board. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much. And good morning also to the state board members and Dr. Carver as well. I'm Claudia Robinette. I'm the new chair of the Trustees Association, and I'm also chair of the board of Richmond Community College. And I see many familiar faces here, but I'm looking forward to working with all of you to collaborate and work together with our agendas with the Trustee Association and the State Board. Gene Reese did such a wonderful job, and he had big shoes to fill, but fortunately he will be still part of the executive board as immediate past chair. So I'm thankful for his past leadership and his continued leadership as well in that role. Other officers starting their new positions July 1st were Ed Emery, who is from James Sprunt Community College as our vice chair, and Jerry Church will be our treasurer, and he is from Caldwell Technical Community College and Institute. We have two new executive board members, Dr. Ren Johnson from Carteret Community College and Dr. Sandra Williams from Wake Technical Community College. And we are looking forward to a great year with all of our people on the executive committee. And then currently we're gearing up for our annual leadership seminar, which will be held August 26th through 28th at the Grandover in Greensboro. We already have more than 200 people registered for this great event, and we are offering training for our new appointed trustees and our current trustees, as well as information for all that is relevant for our trustees and how they serve our colleges and their roles. Our keynote speaker during our open general session will be Dr. Mike Walden, who is one of the most respected economists in North Carolina. He will be discussing the state of the state's economy and how it will impact our colleges. Chairman Looney will be at our session on Friday morning as he shares updates on the impactful work of the state board and maybe hopefully introduce our new president. And then following that, Alex Flagg will be there to share an overview of the state budget and the legislative update for our trustees. Dr. Brian Merritt will lead a session focused on workforce Pell, and John Loyak will be there to facilitate a session on how community colleges are working with healthcare leaders to help solve our nursing shortage in the state. We will also have an extremely meaningful session focused on crisis management and what happens when the unthinkable happens. We have community college presidents, Dr. Laura Leatherwood, Dr. John Gossett, and Dr. Shelley White from our Western community colleges, and they will talk about how they were faced with the unthinkable with Hurricane Helene and how they're doing with the recovery process. As you can see, our statewide events are truly team efforts as we depend on our community college partners to help us choose topics and conversations that we can share with our trustees across the state. We appreciate everyone taking the time and skills to help us plan this seminar. And I want to invite all of you to please attend if you can. And Caroline Hipple has given the information to Amy Mast. So if you are interested, please coordinate with her and we would love to have you attend. Again, I appreciate you having me here today, and that concludes my remarks unless somebody has any questions. All right, thank you very much.
Well, we appreciate your leadership, and I know a few of us on the board now have been trustees, so we understand the value of trustees, the role they play in this organization, and I appreciate the platform that Jean gave me and the board in front of the trustees, having spoke at the last meeting and now at the next meeting. So I hope it's just not the president's announcement I get invited back for, but we'll have enough action going on this board where we can continue building this relationship with the Trustees Association. And
Well, thank you.
McGinnis wanted to say a few words as well.
Thank you. I appreciate you being here, Claudia, and I was honored to work under you for 12. Nobody had a better board chair than I did. And for 12 years, I had the privilege of serving under her, and she's done a wonderful job. And we need to congratulate her because I think we're coming up on 30 years of service at Richmond Community College. So let's give her a big hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the kind words, and thank all of you for all your support. All right.
Sorry, Stephanie, I didn't mean to get you all upset here a minute ago, but the microphone is yours. We look forward to your first report. And before you start, I want to recognize a few folks from Johnston Community College, my good friend Vern Lindquist. Vern, every time I ask you, what's your enrollment up? I think last time it was 37% over 3 years. 10% this year and 60%, is that what I heard? Congratulations. And then who else do we have here today? We've got Tiffany Scobie, Tori Reynolds, and Brian Merritt, and Stephanie's sisters, I believe, who were introduced. So stand up. We want to recognize you for all the work you do with the Student Government Association. Floor is yours.
All right. I just want to start off before I start off the presentation. I just want to give a huge thank you to everyone who showed up today, not only to support me, but to support the students that are here. I'll touch on it briefly once I get into the report, but like I mentioned, the SLDP program is just incredible. So please, look more into that. But to start off, I'm happy to be here on behalf of the N4C SGA. I'll be serving as the president this year. If we want to go to the next slide. I've had the pleasure to meet a lot of you over the last day or so, but for those who haven't met me, my name is Stephanie Pano. I currently attend Johnson Community College. I'm pursuing my degrees in information technology as well as an associate in science. I actually just graduated with my cybersecurity degree this past May. So I have just a little bit of time left on my other 2 degrees. Just to give you some background on the experience that I've had in SGA, I started off as a senator and then transitioned into a public information officer my first year at JCC. My second year, I was able to serve on the N4C SGA board as the public information officer and hold that same role at JCC. And now I'm here as the president of the N4C SGA. So I'm incredibly grateful to be here. Next slide. Like I mentioned, SLDP is just such a great program. I was lucky enough to be part of this cohort with a bunch of just amazing students. it was really an incredible journey being able to get to know all of these people and kind of see what their visions for the year are. One of my favorite things, if you look at the top right picture, was being able to, well, it's right behind them, but it's the posters that we had for the visions for the year that we're actually going to be turning into projects for the program. We also had 4 board members from the N4C SGA be selected for this program as well. You'll see them in the middle picture. And then my family cluster is right under it. And I know my facilitator is actually here, so I just want to give a huge shout out to her as well. Again, just a huge shout out to this program. I think it's just such an incredible opportunity, like Lali said. You know, being able to invest in students in more than just one way is incredible. So just want to touch on that. Now I want to introduce the executive board that we have this year. I'm incredibly excited to say that we're actually starting off for the first time since pre-COVID with a full executive board and advisory board. So thank you. Another fun thing about this board is that we're actually representing 13 different schools from across North Carolina. So that's just a great variety of perspectives and opportunity that comes with that. So I know some of them are in the room today. I know some are watching online. So if you are in the room, if you'd like just to stand whenever I announce you, Ms. Han Yan, it will be from Wake Technical Community College, will be serving as our vice president. Ms. Carolina Bastida from Lenore Community College will be serving as our secretary. Lucas Snyder from Davison-Davie Community College will be serving as our treasurer. Dara Ceballos Rodriguez will be serving as our parliamentarian. She is from South Piedmont Community College. Gabriel Robertson from Johnson Community College will be serving as our public information officer. Lydia Herrera from Fayetteville Tech will be serving as our local interactions chair. Eto'o Waraga from Wake Technical Community College will be serving as our special populations chair. Chastity Johnson from McDowell Tech will be serving as our campus activities chair. Leon Williams from Pitt Community College will be serving as our Eastern Division chair. Ms. Faith Hauser from Cleveland Community College will be serving as our Western Division chair. Yusuf Hassan from Forsyth Tech will be serving as our Central Division chair. And then we have Denzel Harrison as our assistant for the board from Nash Community College. So that is our executive board members. And I'm also happy to say that we have representation from schools that we haven't had in the past. So that's incredibly exciting as well. For our advisory board, as you mentioned, Ms. Tiffany Scobie is our trustee. She's here from System Office. Ms. Sarah James is our senior advisor. She comes from McDowell Technical Community College. Ms. Rosa Davis from Craven Community College is serving as our Eastern Division advisor. Jackson Brown from Wilkes Community College is serving as our Western Division advisor. And Ms. Bria King from Wake Tech is serving as our Central Division advisor. So I'm incredibly happy to say that we have a full board and we're ready to get the year started. All right. It's been a while since we've touched on things that we've worked on. I believe last report that was given was in March. So I just want to touch on things that have happened since then. Spring conference was held in April. We had a few key motions come out of that with a total of 205 people in attendance. 154 of those were delegates with 31 out of 58 colleges represented. Some of the key motions that came out were the letter to the Community College Presidents Association regarding transportation. We'll be sending that out and asking for them to report back to us on that by December. We also have continued our work on financial literacy, and we'll be serving the financial literacy survey results over to the Presidents Association coming through by the Finance Committee. We'll also be continuing our GS 115 committee. That was a motion that was passed during spring conference. The only change to that is the structure of the committee itself. We'll be having 3 different students from the 3 divisions from outside of the board actually be serving on that. And I'll be the chair of that committee as well. So there's just a few of the things. If you're unaware of what the work on GS 115 is, we do have things on our website. We have a section that shows you our resolution that we sent back in the fall. We also have the toolkit that was made. Yeah. Another thing that we were able to go to was the Community College Day back in May. That was actually attended by members of both the incoming and the outgoing executive boards. So that was a really good transition moment for us to be able to interact with some of the legislators and a lot of the colleges that were there. We actually met with Dr. Grant Campbell to discuss the GS 115 proposed resolution and then the continued progress of the advocacy campaign that we're working on. Regarding childcare, we've also been very excited to see in recent legislation and in the budget how childcare is something that the state is also focusing on. So that's just incredible to see overall. So it's really good to see that they're prioritizing that. Now for our vision for 2026, 2027, our strategic plan is not yet finalized. We'll actually be going to Wilkes in a couple of weeks to finalize that plan. But our main three focuses for the year have to do with student mental health and wellness, our childcare access and support, and workforce development, which actually encompasses that financial literacy aspect back into it. But all of these are contributing to the same student experience and supports, the things that lead to success for students. We're trying to align more with the system's priorities with the workforce development part and then childcare access and all of the things that we've been working on. So, yeah. Just for some upcoming events, like I mentioned, we'll be going to Wilkes Community College in just a couple of weeks to finalize our strategic planning and our division planning. We'll also be doing a tour of Wilkes, as that will be our fall conference host. For fall division meetings, we'll be hosting those at the different community colleges. For Western, Isothermal will be hosting that. Eastern is still yet to be determined, but Central is either South Piedmont or to be determined as well. Fall conference will be held November 12th to the 15th, 2026. That'll be at Wilkes Community College. And the Community College Legislative Assembly will be held December 4th to the 5th at the General Assembly here in Raleigh. That is different from the Community College Day. If you remember back in May, that was supposed to happen back in May, but since it was so close to Community College Day, we decided to move it to December. We'll also be having a town hall at Craven Community College in January, which is still a little bit of the ways away, but it's still up on our calendar. Spring division meetings will be held February 27th. Western host school will be McDowell Technical Community College. For Eastern, still yet to be determined, and our Central will be Wake Tech. For our spring conference, it'll be April 1st to the 4th, and that will be at the same Marriott Crabtree here in Raleigh. Just want to give a special thank you from the board to Ann Bacon, Dr. Mary Olvera, Brandon Watt, Kirsten Stovall, Dr. Grant Campbell, Don D'Ambrosi, the awards committee for the conference, the mentors that attended for the conference. I know some of you guys were there, so thank you. And Miss Sophia Luna from EdNC. We also want to give a thank you to Dr. Cox for his years of service, as well as giving a huge welcome to Dr. Carver for serving as our interim. Thank you all again for this opportunity to stand here and be able to report on this. And as I often remind people, there is no community college system without students. So that concludes my report, unless there are any questions.
We have any questions? Yeah.
I don't really have a question for you, but I'm so impressed with the new student, brought her own paparazzi to the meeting today. It's a great way to start.
Mr. Yergin.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, that's an impressive group she's brought with her. Had a chance to meet Stephanie at that spring conference. Very impressed, excited. Clearly see the enthusiasm. But I'm curious. I didn't know you said 3 degrees. Cybersecurity. What are the other 2?
It's cybersecurity, information technology, and an associate in science to transfer.
And just your ambition. What's your goal? Career?
So cybersecurity, I want to get into either GRC or cybersecurity policy. I think that's something that I'm interested in. I like the hands-on stuff as well, but I think that's kind of drawn me in is I've gone through different experiences, so blending that with policy. Yeah.
Good stuff. Looking forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Yeah, a number of us got to meet you at the awards event, which I think you had a good time, right? Was it fun?
Yes, I did. It was wonderful.
What I want to make sure, you heard me talk about the foundation earlier. One of our priorities is student government, and these discussions don't need to begin and end in this meeting. So if there are things you need to put higher energy in your meetings, not that they're not high energy now. I know students naturally have it. Our older guys, it takes a little more activity to get our activity up. I wasn't looking at you, Jeff. But if there's some ways we can help you with the foundation, Katie left, so I can't put her on the spot right in here, but we'd like to really help. So don't be afraid to ask, because the reports are always inspiring. You inspire the board. And the other thing is our representative to the Student Government Association is Mr. Trapp. Put him to work. I want him complaining about the calls he's getting from the Student Government Association, that you're over leveraging him, and make sure our board members get invited. And sounds, Terry, like you've already participated at one of the events here recently. Any thoughts, other comments on it?
Well, I mean, I'm just amazed at the energy and the enthusiasm. I'm meet you and a few of your team members I recognized from that as well. So I'm excited. I was a little worried when Bannock moved on, but hey, we're in good shape. Love Bannock, but we're in good shape moving forward. So
Great.
good stuff.
Well, best of luck, and we look forward to working with you. Keep the engagement high. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We did have an executive committee meeting at the state board yesterday morning, but there are no items for action, so we'll move on to the finance committee. Ms. Eastep.
Good morning. Are we all feeling enthusiastic about finance?
Yes.
Okay. Finance had 7 action items. If it pleases the board, I will hold the approval for the end, just for the sake of time. Attachment FC01, Regional Adult High School Pilot Project. I'm excited to see Dr. Elliott here. Halifax serves as a lead for that pilot. This involves 3 schools. This is year 2 of the pilot, as the committee heard, and it is a regional consortium of 3 schools to form a consortium around adult high school education. And it's the first of its kind, and it's really to bring adult high school to that region of the area. Are there any questions regarding this item? Dr. Elliott, not to put you on the spot, but do you want to say a few words about it? All right, great. Please come forward.
Good morning, Chair Looney, members of the State Board, Dr. Carver, and distinguished guests. I actually came prepared to just talk free flow. And then someone I highly regard came to the podium and decided to bring written remarks, and it intimidated me. And he just so happened to slide out the room, Mr. McBrayer. So I thought I would scribble something down. Unfortunately, don't let these glasses fool you. They are for appearance only. As I age, I don't believe I can see a thing out of them. And so if I can't read my own writing, I think I'm good. It seems like just yesterday that Ms. Eastep gave me the opportunity to stand before you with one of my superintendents to solicit your support for this initiative. We shared that it would be extremely helpful for our community as well as our region, and it presented an excellent opportunity for collaboration. You answered the call and you said yes, and we are grateful. Thanks to your leadership, the leadership of Ms. Arbany Cooper and her team, the structure was put in place. It was initiated this past spring. We had students enrolled from the age of 16 to 45. You showed them that they're never too old to seek education. You all, we're so excited this morning to share with you that just in that short amount of time, you helped 3 individuals graduate with their credentials this spring, and they're headed to the workforce and the military. Members of the board, your support changed their trajectory. You changed their lives, their families, our community, and our nation. My words alone can't do justice to the impact. So I would like to just leave you with a few remarks from a letter that the Success Advocate sent to our institution. She entitled it Changing Lives Through Partnership. One student, one diploma, one new beginning. Every student deserves a pathway to success. And sometimes that pathway looks different from the traditional classroom. Today, we proudly celebrate an extraordinary milestone as one of Roanoke Rapids High School graduate students becomes the first student referred to this collaborative effort to earn an adult high school diploma. This student's achievement represents much more than earning a diploma. It represents hope, resilience, and the belief that success is possible when educators, families, and community partners work together. Every diploma earned strengthens not only the student's future, but also the future of our community. We just stand before you this morning in absence of my fellow college presidents to say thank you. Thank you for changing lives. Thank you.
Sarah, I hope I didn't steal your presentation. I just knew she was back there, and we did programs also had had this on their agenda. So I think we partnered a lot with programs this time. Are there any questions regarding FC01? And Dr. Elliott, thank you so much for those inspiring words, and especially from that graduate. Attachment FC02, Ability to Benefit Implementation Initiative Phase 1. This is actually, I don't think I mentioned, attachment FC01 was a $225,000 request for funds, the same as last year. Attachment FC02 is a $125,000 request for funds. This is phase 1 of this initiative, and it does start with 5 colleges. Ability to Benefit is a provision within the Federal Higher Education Act, and what it does is it allows adult learners who don't already have a high school diploma access to federal aid dollars. What this initiative will do is kind of put guidelines in place so they can kind of move through that coursework, move through that certification pathway, and manage those federal aid dollars along the way, and also build those pathways. Are there any questions regarding this item? Attachment FC03, BioNetwork Learning Solutions Center Transition. In May, our May meeting, we heard that Gaston Community College did not wish to continue as a BioNetwork center. And so the system office reviewed the service delivery model and concluded that this team would best be served moving to the system office. So the committee was asked to approve that team moving to the system office level, and then this board is being asked to authorize the retention of those BioNetwork funds at the system office as well. So that would mean $432,000 being retained at the system office level to support that team. So it's the Learning Solutions Center or Industrial Design and Development team. So it does service, it can service all 58 community colleges. It does right now tend to focus on 20 to 25. Any questions? Yes, sir.
Will the people remain at the community college supporting the program and then support it across the 58? Or do they physically transfer the positions to the system office location here in Raleigh?
So what will happen is they'll go through an open process for to re-up the positions. So they'll open the positions up, and so those people can reapply if they wish to move to Raleigh. So they will have the opportunity to do so if they wish. Open recruitment, that was the word I was looking for. Does that make sense? Because the point is that Gaston wants that space back. And so when you're talking 4 bodies, they need 4 offices. So that way they're here, yeah. Any other questions? Attachment FC04, NC College, the next 3 items are system state board reserve requests. Attachment FC04, NC College Connect Direct Access Letter, State Board Reserve. This is a $70,000 request, and this is for a direct mailing to every high school senior in the fall semester. In the past, we've done mailings, coupled with the university system, but those were limited. This will be open to every high school senior, inviting them to apply to their local community college. Any questions regarding this one? Attachment FC05, Surveying Licensure Pipeline Enhancement Project. The goal of this $10,000 State Board Reserve request is to grow our pipeline of licensed land surveyors. So these funds will be used to support enhanced licensure exam preparation through accelerated math instruction, statewide curriculum alignment with NCEES standards, and assessment of student outcomes and faculty development needs. Any questions? Attachment FC06, New Financial Aid Directors Training Program. This is a $21,375 request, and these funds will support the development and delivery of a financial aid directors training program. Hopefully we'll get between 25 and 35 financial aid directors, new or almost new, in this program, and the goal is increased retention and support. Questions? Attachment FC07, allocation for childcare grant. Stephanie, to your point, we're trying to get these funds out more quickly to the colleges. This is a $3.08 million allocation request, and these funds are generally part of the budget, but again, trying to get them pushed out to colleges sooner and then pushed out to the students. And these are used to assist student parents with expenses related to childcare. Any questions? I must be doing a great job explaining these things. All right. All right, if there are no questions, the committee recommends, and I so move, approval of attachments FC1 through FC07.
You've heard the motion from the Finance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. We have any opposed? That motion carries.
Right. And I did just want to mention that, speaking of the student leadership program, I did want to remind this board that funds from our fund reserve, our board fund reserve, were used to initially support that program. So this board has been supportive of it, and I'm really glad that it has grown the way it has. So, all right, we did not give Mr. Fagg enough time to share the good news yesterday in our meeting because we were running over. So I did want to give him more time to share the legislative update. So Mr. Fagg?
Probably. Thank you. Wow. So I'll just kind of rehash stuff. I know we discussed it in finance. We all know that the budget is law now. It's been long, over 2.5 years, but a lot of work went in. While I am the one privileged enough to stand in front of y'all right now, I'm going to do this again. We did it in finance, but Deanna, Bill, Philip, Brian, please stand up. Hundreds of hours have been put in to this, not only this legislative session, but the past two. Would not have been able to do it without y'all. Still answered the calls, modeling, preparing, ensuring that we're ready to answer the questions up until literally the last day, probably when decisions were made. Propel was one of the last items on the table. It was the first item on the table and one of the last items on the table, which again, just I think speaks to our advocacy efforts. I didn't get a chance to do this yesterday. President Stewart, President Sorrells was here yesterday, President Hunt, President Barbie, President Lee, all of the 58 community college presidents. Just thank you for your patience, support, unified voice. Julie, trustees, likewise, Chairman Reese, Katie and the foundation. I don't think she's in here anymore, but I mean, it's a true unified effort of the system. General Assembly individuals Fiscal research, again, they could not be here. Maya and Steve, those are two names that we may or may not know here, but they are the education czars, if you will, from the General Assembly. Could not have done it without them as well. Like I mentioned, we visited Richmond Community College over 2 years ago. I got the date August 7th, 2024. We actually had fiscal research, legislative analysis, budget development team, and budget bill writers at Dr. McGinnis's campus going through this for, was it 7 to 4 or something? All day, all day. Members of the General Assembly, I don't typically do names, but I think it's important because I know all these members of the board and the presidents have circled back with General Assembly members to thank them. Again, this does not happen by accident. Starts at the top, Senator Berger, Speaker Hall. Then it moves down to really the two people that shepherded and dealt with all the education stuff at the full chair level was Senator Lee, Representative Blackwell. Then we go down the list of Representative Lambeth, Arp, Strickland, Jackson, Heiss. The rules chairs are there with John Bell, Bill Rabin. And then we go down to the Education Policy Committee with Brad Overcash, Kevin Corbin, Tricia Cotham, Brian Biggs, and of course, Representative Willis. I think they mentioned this on the floor, but Propel was the #1 item or one of the top items from the Education Committee that was referenced or recommended up for funding to the full chairs. Then was the full chairs recommended it up to the corner offices to try to get additional funds and see what could be done there. So big thanks to all of those members. Highly recommend if you have communicated with them over the 3 years to circle back. I know many of you have. We're happy to help you with that. So just let us know if you got any questions there or want to do anything further. Of course, Senator Berger and Speaker Hall's teams, many people have had hands on this. So again, just thank everyone. Long 3 years, but I remember a day where if we got enrollment growth, that was going to be a win, and 57 million for Propel amongst many other supports is a very, very strong signal. So I'll briefly run through it. We see the phone boards, again, fully funded enrollment growth, 3% salary increase, which was equivalent to state employees, which was on our legislative agenda, 57.7 million for the workforce sector modernization out of the 68 that we asked for, which again is a massive, massive win. 6 million for the enrollment growth increase reserve. And also we decoupled those tuition receipts, which I think Philip mentioned yesterday, and finance a little more. Also nailed the 3.1 for apprenticeship that we have been discussing over a year now, or feels like almost 2. Then the multi-campus funding center. So about everything on our legislative agenda was hit in some form or fashion. So again, strong signals there. Other notable investments, IDD, $3.85 million to expand that IDD program. I believe that is a staple of how to do things the right way. A lot of hard work done to get it off the ground, but just continues to see massive, massive results. The question is, how do we go beyond the 25 colleges that we can expand to now? How do we keep on scaling that? We mentioned the high cost workforce startup fund, $6 million on that. The RFPs have already kind of gone out there to start soliciting that. And I will also mention, Brian, I talked, and one of the criteria, the judgment criteria is how do you tie to Propel and C funding and the capacity increase with Propel and C. So how do you align those two initiatives as we move forward to how we serve the workforce and increase college capacity? We got $1 million to increase our short-term training program. IT modernization, 25 million for ERP for that kind of next stage, 10 million for a system-wide CRM, and 5 million for a digital wallet platform across our community colleges. Already had individuals, I think I talked with President Rogers about how to leverage some of these IT components. They're doing a good job on their campus, by the way, on a CRM and competency-based education. Speaking of competency-based education, how do we reimagine, rethink education in general? Fayetteville Tech and Wilkes Community College, 3.75 million for competency-based, word-based learning growth, 1 million to Wake Tech for a Lighthouse math project, which really reimagines how you do math on the local campuses with high schoolers. We got $1.5 million for child care workforce program expansion. Stephanie mentioned the importance of that. So we also worked with Don and Representative Arp's office. So really, really good to see that. And there was a nursing fellow pilot for Wayne and Western Piedmont, $4.5 million to kind of think about how we help that nursing pipeline expansion. So I'll just end it there on the budget items. You know, again, just really, really strong legislative session, in my opinion, and a lot of hard work and effort. So where are we at now? As I mentioned, appreciation, circling back with members, staff, all the ones that have been with us from the beginning, whether they're there currently or not. We've circled up with a lot of the stakeholders who have been with us from the beginning. They signed letters of support, if you will recall, way back when, and a lot of them have supported us along the way. I know the Economic Developers Association is one of those that were there from the very beginning. The NC Chamber, they actually signed on, supported. Heck, they even supported us in the committees as well through Deborah Durr. If she's listening, really appreciate that. And Gary's support there. So we are looking at how we operationalize this. President Lee mentioned we've already met with President Stewart, Sorrells, Hunt, Buxton, and Barbie. We've done a lot of the foundational work, and we've kind of mentioned that over a couple of years here with you all, preparing for this when it, not if, but when it would come. So we're working through that, being sure that we're ready to rock and roll and make those changes. As we do that work, it's important to get that foundation right. We have already caught a couple of things that will need to be tweaked. The General Assembly does plan to do a tech correction bill. For example, the Faculty Recruitment and Retention Fund that's tied to Tier 1A, 1B. Looks like we might need a technical correction on that. As we modernize our funding formula, there will be other conforming changes that we will have to make, but we're going to capture all that and get that to the General Assembly as we continue that partnership. Finally, messaging. We've had a lot of media requests, a lot of positivity. Colleges, Nathan reached out to all PIOs at colleges. They're already doing the same thing at the local level, news stories, really building that momentum. I'll end by saying we got a great story to tell here in North Carolina. Top state for business, top state for workforce, propellancy, workforce Pell. Apprenticeship. This place is, it's amazing. And the story, I think we're hard pressed to find another state in the nation doing what we got, the story that we got here to tell for our community college system. So again, sorry it took so long, Miss Estep, put me in front of the microphone. I'm glad you sat down. So again, just appreciate the support for everybody in our team.
Just a few questions, Alex. Mr. Trapp?
Very quickly, Alex, I did. Great job to the team and everyone else that did all of the work that they did. But I wanted to give you kudos too. You left out a pretty big win. There was about $9 million that went to Guilford Tech for an aviation project. So I wanted to make sure we put that out there as well.
I did not get into the individual allocations, but yes, individual colleges got some allocations as well. Yes, sir. Yep.
Mr. Lumsden?
Zero.
Alex, job well done, you and the team. When do you anticipate that the House and Senate will return for any tech corrections and any other last moment items before they adjourn for the year?
So so in their adjournment resolution, they're going to return on the last week of July 27th. We hear that the Senate's going to come back that week and the House may come back the next week. I think there's just some scheduling issues, but they will return on the 27th of July. They plan to do a technical correction bill is what we're told. Another round of local trustees that colleges, if you're listening, another round of local trustees is planned to come on the 27th as well that week, because a lot of our colleges are waiting for the next round of local trustee appointments. So, but to answer your question, last week of July 27th, which lines up with the President's Association meeting. So be a busy week.
I have to make a few comments. I'm really proud of you, Alex, and this whole team. This all started in this board. When I say we're the most important organization in the state, they're not words. When I say this is the most important board in the state, they're not words. I look to my left here. I sat here 3 years ago and said, we need a new funding model. What's it going to take? We were told 2 years. Who can do it in 90 days? This guy said, we'll get it done. It was developed from the bottoms up with the President's Association. The next thing was the presidents will never sign up for this. 58 of the colleges signed up for this plan. 58 of them, every single college. Then I was told, and this board said, well, business will play Switzerland. They will not sign up for this. The chamber got the first call. They signed up, 13 hospital systems, over 150 companies supported this plan. I don't believe in accidental excellence. This board got it done. This system got it done. And our students this morning showed how they get it done. And we're executing like our students today. We're making the impossible possible for you all, focused on our customer. So at the end of the day, it was you all, the team along the wall here, who gave us the facts to bring this over the line. It's fine to ask for money to say, trust us. You gave us the ROI on these programs that we're going to deliver. We're going to measure, we're going to execute, and we're going to multiply these numbers that are up here. So I talk about getting gas in our tank. We got a full tank. It's up to us now to execute and deliver on this. And again, this was a short session. When I came in here, I was a political novice in a lot of ways. And short session, set low expectations. We brought it in, I think, in a short session. We won it in a short session. So like our students, we make the impossible possible. And this team in this room, around this table, and the colleges around this state made it happen. We can make anything happen going forward. I want to congratulate everyone. And Dr. McGinnis, I still smile when I think about that crown and cape and bottle of whiskey I gave you for this, but it was well worth my investment. Thank you.
This is a great day. And Alex has been pitching and working on this for a long time. So thank you, Alex. It's been 35 months since this started. Next August 17th, next month, will be 3 years since the chairman said the patient's on the operating table. What are we going to do? And there was a proposal to wait a year and a half. It's a team effort. A lot of the people that worked on this, you didn't mention, are in this room and across the state. And I was honored to be a part of it. But I want to comment real quickly on something Dr. Lee said at the beginning. This isn't a funding model. This is a business model. This is a business model, and it is a transformative business model that our colleges are beginning to, some of them more quite faster than others, but will rapidly embrace, and our system is going to have to embrace and adopt. It's a paradigm shift in the way we do business and the way we serve our students and the way we serve each other. So I'm excited about it. I appreciate the opportunity, but we need to recognize one more person. Without the faith and confidence and the energy that Chairman Looney provided, this never would have happened. Let's give him a big hand.
Okay, almost done. We had several items for consent approval. I would encourage you all to read over those. It was a lot of our federal Title II programs, our Perkins 5 funding and Golden Leaf, and several for information items, including our grants update, which the committee decided they needed to hear more about. So we will be bringing that back for review next month. If there are no further questions from this board, that concludes the finance report.
All right, let's move on to State Board Policy. and
Let's
Governance.
do it. Let's get ready to rumble. Okay. To be perfectly honest, I have no idea how many items I have for governance. Let's just start running through them. Okay, so we're going to do this a little differently. I'm going to ask if it's acceptable to the board that we'll do items 1 through 5 as a block. So I'll run through 1 through 5, ask for your approval, and then we'll do the next few. And you'll see why in a minute. So attachment SBPG01, proposed waiver of 1G of State Board Code 200.93B12 and C1, reporting of student hours and membership for curriculum classes. So this is a waiver that is requesting to run through August of 2027, and it's in partnership with a pilot that has started with Wilkes Community College. Is Dr. Rogers still here? Yeah. Oh, he is. Would you like to say a few? Are you good? Okay, you're good. All right. The committee heard from Dr. Rogers from Wilkes Community College and Dr. Kamen about this pilot, which will expand to other colleges. And it's really looking at the competency-based education. So looking at how to view success in ways other than using student hours as the guide. So this pilot is in year 2. And again, we're requesting a waiver to run through August of 2027. Are there any questions? If not, moving on to attachment SBPG02, proposed amendment of 1G of State Board Code 200.93, reporting of student hours and membership for curriculum classes. The changes, and these changes are being brought forward courtesy of Member Ottman, and these just allow the electronic signature component to be added. Are there any questions regarding this one? All right, similar to this SBPG02, SBPG03, which is reporting of student hours and membership for continuing education course sections. Amendment of 1G of State Board Code 200.94. Again, it's adding language to allow for electronic signature and attendance records. Any questions? SBPG04, proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.5, curriculum instructional contract provisions. Again, similar to the prior two, this allows for an electronic signature for curriculum contracts with public or private organizations, and allows for, again, that electronic signature for required certification statements. Questions? SBPG05, proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.6, curriculum program approvals and terminations. These are just kind of streamlining and technical edits, and also it includes some priority updates. Any questions? If there are no questions, the committee recommends an ISO move approval of attachments SBPG 01 through 05.
You've heard the motion from the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
All right, thank you. SBPG 06, the committee felt that was a technology proposal, a proposed adoption of a technology law or a code section, and the committee elected not to move that one forward. There is the session law regarding that item is being provided to you. It's at your place. So I would encourage you to look it over. That will be brought forward again next month, I believe, for consideration. And I think that the longer version, there was another version of the potential code that will also be provided. All right, at the request of a board member, we will take the next 4 individually and vote on them individually. So there was session law regarding this most session law 2026-21. And that session law is at your place as well. Attachment SBPG 07 lays out the purpose of our new DEI policy. So this is a proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.1. So this section mirrors the expectation of the new session law. So the committee recommends, and I so move, approval of attachment SBPG 07.
Okay, you've heard the motion from the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
That motion carries. Was that Mr. Yergin?
Attachment SB,
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Who voted against? Mr. Trapp.
Attachment SBPG 08 is definitions. So this outlines the definitions that were used in the subchapter. So this is proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.2. The committee recommends, and I so move, approval of attachment SBPG 08.
Okay, you've heard the motion from the State Board Policy and Governance.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I respectfully plan to abstain on items 08 and 09. If I may take just a moment, I'd like to explain why that's so. Abstention is not normally what I would choose, but this is an item where the board has been mandated by the state legislature to make these changes in our code. So we're not originating this decision. But let me just say, I think it is regrettable and indeed divisive to impose these detailed requirements on our colleges. The language is very, very slippery. It's open to interpretation by administrators, by politicians, by self-styled watchdogs, endorsing divisive concepts. Maintain an office that supports divisive concepts. For goodness sakes, why isn't it enough just to prohibit discrimination? We could agree on that. There are various interpretations, of course, to what discrimination actually entails, but we can debate that. We can argue about that. Discrimination is something we could unite in forbidding. Divisive concepts, the active promotion of divisive concepts is a totally different matter. If I may just, I do this reluctantly, but I do it because it's such a direct example. If you'll indulge me for 1 minute, let me give you an example from my own student experience. I was a student a good many years ago at University of North Carolina. I was a member of the student legislature. My only claim to fame in the student legislature was to get a resolution passed urging the merchants of Chapel Hill, North Carolina, to serve all people. I assure you that was a divisive concept. It passed by 1 vote. I also assure you that arguments could have been made that the university supported that. We were meeting on university property. We were using university facilities. We drew on student support fees. So where would that have left us a good many years ago? You may say, well, that's not a divisive concept now. Well, there are divisive concepts. There are things worth arguing about. Student life, campuses, these are times when we do debate divisive concepts, where we grow, where we change our minds, where we must be free to operate without intimidation of political interference. Why doesn't non-discrimination suffice? I do take some comfort in the provision we just passed, and I'd conclude by noting that as our schools deal with this, they are going to have a counterweight within the statute that they can rely on. The provision that we just passed does have some pretty strong language about protecting freedom of inquiry and instruction. It has language about fostering and defending intellectual honesty, and presumably that does include an honest interpretation of this country's history. So that language is there. There are tensions within this statute, I readily acknowledge, and one can only hope that in interpreting this, our administrators will err on the side of intellectual honesty and freedom of inquiry and freedom of instruction, intellectual and academic freedom, non-discrimination. Those are the unifying concepts that we can agree on, and that ought to be what is enshrined in law and in code to guide our campuses. So I will respectfully abstain.
Yes, thank you. I respectfully abstain as well. Thank you.
Sir, if I can. Ms. West, can you identify which items you're abstaining from?
Yeah, the
Great.
committee recommends and I so move approval of attachment SBPG 08. So I'm assuming that's the one you mean? Okay.
It was Mr. Trapp, and then we have what, 2 abstentions? Okay.
Attachment SBPG 09, proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 800.3, dignity and non-discrimination. This lays out prohibited practices regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion. And it also lays out the procedures that colleges are now required to follow and by what dates, and also the procedures for the system office in terms of certifications and where they are to submit the approvals. So the committee recommends and I so move approval of attachment SBPG 09.
Okay, you've heard the motion from the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
And I respectfully abstain. Thank you.
2 abstentions, same.
Attachment SBPG 10, campus free speech. This is a proposed adoption of 1B of State Board Code 600.1. So this session law requires the state board to adopt a policy preventing colleges from establishing, maintaining, or otherwise implementing a process for reporting or investigating offensive or unwanted speech that is protected by the First Amendment. So this is also taken verbatim from session law. So the committee recommends and I so move approval of attachment SBPG 10.
Okay, you've heard the motion of the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
So this starts the 30-day comment period, and because of the timing, these would be on for the September agenda. All right, for items 11, 12, 13, and 14, SBPG items 11, 12, 13, and 14, all those have gone out for the 30-day comment period. So we saw them last month. If the board is in agreement, I will not go through those. I will not review them. If that is okay, because we have seen them before. So they've gone out for comment. They have not received any comments. So the committee recommends and I so move approval of SBPG 11 through 14.
Okay, you've heard the motion of the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? Motion carries.
For SBPG 15, you do have in front of you the public comments that were received on the proposed amendment of 1D of State Board Code 400.8, courses for curriculum programs. So that did go out for the 30-day comment period. These were the comments that were received. And based on those comments, the group led by Dr. Eads decided that there were some substantive changes that needed to be made. So those substantive changes have now been made. There were basically 3 of them, adding a phrase, I think it was on page 3, that it says assign an obsolete status. Are those included in the? It's up here. Yeah. So you can see what the changes were. It was separating general education and the UGETC or universal education transfer component designations and replacing a single word, rigor, with outcomes. So those are the changes that were made to that section. So if these changes are approved, then this would go back out for public comment for 5 days and then be on the August agenda. Any questions? If there are no questions, the committee recommends and I so move approval of attachment SBPG 15.
Okay, you've heard the motion from the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries as well.
Last item, attachment SBPG 16, transferring community college vehicle title. This is a DMV problem. No matter who the vehicle should be titled to, whether college, at the college level or state level, they keep transferring it to the state board. So congratulations, you are now all owners of a car. But they really should, in some cases, be owned at the college level. And so what we are being asked to do is delegate the authority to our CFO, our wonderful CFO, Dr. Philip Price, to be able to sign the power of attorney to allow colleges to retitle the car in the college's name. All clear? All right, so the committee recommends and I so move approval of attachment SBPG 16.
Okay, you've heard the motion of the State Board Policy and Governance Committee. All those please say aye. Aye. Do we have any opposed? That motion carries.
Last thing, I just wanted to say, as a moment of personal privilege, I said it in the committee yesterday, just a fond farewell to our former board member, Chaz Beasley. He did this job a lot more smoothly than I did. I am not a policy wonk. So Stephanie, I don't know what you're thinking. But God bless you. This is not my area of expertise, but he did a great job with this, and I will miss him personally. He was a friend, but he had, I think, a lot on his plate. But I'm grateful for the years of service that he for when he was here, and I wish him the best. So, but that if there is nothing else, that concludes my report.
I want to personally thank you. I mean, finance is a full-time job in itself. With all the work you do, there isn't a harder working board member in this room. And to pick up this dual role with Mr. Beasley leaving, I just really want to thank you for the leadership. I mean, you've been doing this for 11 years now? Not that you're
I've been on
counting.
the board for 11 years.
11 years.
I think I've been chair of finance for maybe 9, 8
Okay.
or 9. You can give me numbers all day.
Yeah,
Don't give me words.
but and you do it all with a sense of humor. So really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Lisa. Okay, let's move on. I think Mr. Ottman, you're up. Transformation Committee.
Okay, good morning, Chairman. So I'm looking at my watch, and when Stephanie was sworn in, it brought back some memories. It's been 1 year for me on the board, and I've enjoyed, believe it or not, every minute of it, right? Absolutely every minute of it. I am going to take a moment and copy on something Alex said. I'm here, I get to update everybody. I'm excited about the update today, and I'll get into that in a minute. What I want to do is I want to make sure I thank the team, because although I'm reporting the news, I'm not the one making the news, and there's a big difference. So I want to thank, Dr. Price, Dr. Schneider, Dr. Merritt, and their entire team, this system office. I want to thank Patrick, Deontay, and their organization for the hard work and the updates that I'll give you in a minute. And hopefully after you hear the updates, you'll be as excited as I am for the progress that this team has made. And then lastly, the 5 pilot colleges have been phenomenal in the hard work that they've done. And believe it or not, they've been working on this for several years. We're not talking about several months, we're talking about several years. I also want to thank my partner in crime, Dr. Engel, who, he stepped out, but he keeps me honest. So I wanted to do that first. Now let's talk about the transformation update. If you remember, there are 4 system applications that are part of this large transformation. I'm here to tell you today that 3 of those 4 are in production. 2 of them are deployed, right? And CBAS, which is the college-based accounting system, we are looking to sunset the legacy app. And Dr. Schneider and his team are doing parallel testing on the data warehouse, which is also in production. So those of you that don't know about transformations in IT, the fact that you have 3 of 4 things in production is a significant milestone, and this team should be very proud of the work that's been done to get us here. So I want to personally thank that team for all that hard work. Now, that being said, there's one more, right? There's one more piece, and that's the piece that Dr. Merritt has, which is the combined course library. And I know his team is working extremely hard. I have kind of created a little bit of competition between Dr. Merritt and Dr. Schneider to see which one could actually, sign off and get to full deployment. So we'll see how that turns out. But I am extremely excited after a year of working with this team and in partnership with everybody to get to this point. So again, I hope my enthusiasm is coming out. I hope my excitement is coming out in my presentation. But Chairman, this is a significant milestone considering where we've been. So I will leave it at that for my update.
Mr. Lang?
With the pilot schools in production, and it's taken a while, is your expectation when you start the next set of schools that it will accelerate, that it will go faster than these initial pilot schools as you had a lot of learnings along the way?
Yeah, so I'll touch base on it. The 5 pilots, we have to get the 4 system apps deployed first in production before we can actually deploy the pilot. They're testing the pilot. They have their own instances. They're testing the function, but they have not, let's say, deployed it and are using it end to end yet. Once that happens, then yes, Patrick, Deontay, myself, as well as Aleutian are looking at how fast we can deploy the balance, of the 53. And again, my appointment's only till 2029, so it's got to be done by then.
You participated in an event this week. Could you share it with the board? Because I haven't talked to any board members who are aware of the event. What's the name of the event? What's the mission of the event? And then any of your experiences from the event?
Yeah, so it's a great question. Thank you. There's been a couple of things that we've done recently. So I do want to thank, well, Dr. Spalding's not here, but at Rowan Cabarrus, they had the CIOA meeting. They invited us, Patrick, myself, as well as Aleutian, actually did the demo, which we talked about yesterday, Chairman, and we're going to bring Aleutian in to show you guys a demo of what's being built. So you can get as excited as I am. The second thing we did was we had a 2-day event at Alamance where we brought in the pilot colleges, as well as Central Piedmont CIO, as well as Wake Tech CIO. And we really started to talk about how do we manage this thing after we deploy? What is the data governance we need? Because, unified data is very important. What is that governance? What does that organization look like? What does that structure look like? As well as when you move to a single instance, you need governance around the system and how you add things, how you deploy things like a CRM. So those were 2 key things we did at that session. And then lastly, this week, we had the opportunity to present at the IPS conference, which, okay, I'm going to try this. This is Instructional Information Processing Users Group. Did I get that right, Deontay? Close? Okay, well, I'm close. It's horseshoes, so I'm good. It's close. It was a great conference. They have 3 a year, Chairman. And actually the summer session actually includes more than just information technology folks. It actually includes staff that actually will use registrars, financial aid folks that will actually use the system that we're building. So it was a great opportunity. We presented as part of the keynote and then actually brought in Aleutian, who gave them a demo as well. And I received nothing but positive feedback from the team about what they saw and the message that was delivered. So the only suggestion I would make is these are great events. I think as a team, we just need to coordinate. We need to know where they are, when they are, so that we can participate in those and make sure that it's aligned with our strategy and our message.
And I know a number of you now have begun participating in some of these events. So Ms. Mast is going to put together a calendar for us, so you know where the events are. They may be in your backyard today and you don't know it, and you have a few hours to stop in and meet folks. So you'll be seeing that shortly.
Okay. Then.
Any other question, Mr. Ottman? Great. Thank you.
See you.
Okay, Dr. McGinnis, strategic planning update.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our committee met yesterday and we had no action items. We had 2 items for information. Dr. Gold gave a presentation, which I would encourage all of our members to look at as a resource on Plan 01. That report follows the pattern our committee has set of reviewing the current recently expired strategic plan for our system that ran from 2022 through 2026. We're now in the process of beginning the next round of work on our new 26-29 strategic plan. But to do that, we need to evaluate and understand the results of our current priorities. Goal number 1 was focused on staff and faculty retention and recruitment. And it was established in the aftermath of COVID as our state and our system were dealing with what was then called the Great Resignation. And we were seeing folks change careers, change jobs, and hiring and staffing were extremely challenging. And it rose to the top as our biggest issue. And like many in the room, I was involved in the development of that plan with the board. That was our top issue. And the report that was presented yesterday sort of maps out where we've been and what's happened since then and what the implications are for the future. Couple of highlights. We have had some increases in salaries, and we're happy to see the possibilities that this budget presents. We did not make the progress since 2022 that we had requested or hoped for, but this recent investment, I think, can set the stage for that to change. We are still falling behind the other states in the Southeast region, but we are making progress. Another area where we've made progress is retention. Our retention rates in all categories are at or above our pre-COVID levels. So we're seeing a higher retention, but we're also seeing something that we talked about back in March, which is evidence of the capacity ceiling hitting us, where without additional resources, we've had at each college to squeeze harder to produce more. So we're seeing higher numbers of students per faculty. So class sizes have increased. Some of that's attributable to online learning, but we've done more with less over the last 4 years. So optimistically, I hope this investment, which has a compounding value as we continue to grow, will arm our colleges with the resources to be able to do the work. So I'd encourage everybody to take a look at that, use it as a resource, which is what it was intended. The other item for information was item plan 02, and it was an outline of the items that were identified and captured from last fall's State Board Summit. A great event where a lot of really powerful needs and opportunities were identified. That list is in front of you. Dr. Gold presented it for your review. And those items, many of them are already in the works. When we see Workforce Pell, Propel's adoption, and we've still got work to do with Propel, Alex. There's still some runway left to reach. It's not 100%, but we've made a lot of progress. So the work left to be done. But a lot of those items, the LMS, work happening there, our CRM funding in the budget for that. But this will be the list that we'll use with the next president to begin to form our next strategic plan. Mr. Chairman, that concludes my report. The only thing I'd like to add is to recognize and thank the two liaisons to our committee again, and that's Jean Reese with the Trustees Association and Dr. Lee. Thank you for your service throughout the year. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our committee's report.
Thank you, Dr. McGinnis. Just want to let everybody know we're going to be going into closed session shortly, so we will have a break before we go into closed session because I see a lot of action out here in front of me right now. Okay, Miss West, Programs and Student Success.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the Programs Committee had only items on the consent agenda and a number of items on the for information agenda. And so we'd like to cover 3 of the items from our for information agenda where we spent time as a committee yesterday. As Ms. Estep shared earlier, many of the items that we covered yesterday were bouncing from committee to committee: finance, governance, personnel, and programs. And so in my report, I will really cover the sort of programmatic elements of each of those items. So Program 4, Bio Network Learning Solution Center Realignment. Again, Ms. Estep covered that in her report, and Mr. McBrayer also will cover it in personnel. But from the perspective of the Programs Committee, we view the transition of the Learning Solution Center services to the Systems Office as a natural complement to the work of the Economic Development Division's other system-wide initiatives to support workforce training, education, and development, and see this as a very strong, we appreciated that Gaston College, as they sought to release the program to the system, it was just a very strong mutual collaboration. So thanks to Gaston College and to Mr. Loyak for that collaboration. Program 6, the competency, sorry, I'm skipping. Program 5 is the regional online high school project. And Dr. Elliott, thank you so much for being here today. And I will, in a moment, make sure that there are no further questions for Dr. Elliott. But again, the state board was asked to continue the regional adult high school diploma project. And this is I wanted to speak to the business model because from a programs perspective, pilot programs like this provide us with an opportunity to really explore innovative regional consortiums and new program models. And this is a very strong consortium in that the three presidents got together and really established a win-win model in which they were able to serve the students of their counties, which is a tier one counties, a lot of economic disparity. This is an opportunity for the three colleges to share FTE depending on which county the student comes from. It's also a strong collaboration with our Department of Public Instruction. If a student pursues a GED, the high school has to register that student, it has registered that student as a dropout. If a student goes through the program, the online program, the school system is able to register that student as a graduation. And I wanted to speak to the importance of programs like this. And I referenced in our committee meeting yesterday the report that the Belk Endowment, the JP and John Belk Endowment, partnered with My Future NC to develop a report on the leaky pipeline, which is the loss of students across the public education continuum, which prevents them from securing degrees or credentials. So the pipeline leaks are primarily at 4 points. And the first and most impactful is on-time high school graduation. And so to share with you, and thank you, Ms. Arbany Cooper, our state director, it's concerning that of the students who entered ninth grade in 2021, 22, the four-year graduation cohort, only 87.7% of those students have an on-time high school completion. Students who are economically disadvantaged, only 83.3% of those students have an on-time high school graduation. Students with disabilities, only a 72.6% on-time high school graduation. Programs like the adult high school pilot program that we're sponsoring for Halifax, Roanoke, Chewan, and Martin enable students to come back into the pipeline and to complete their high school graduation, which then gives them an opportunity to transition either to secondary education or a credential. And so just wanted to really capture those thoughts. And Dr. Elliott, is there anything further you would want to say, or do we have questions for Dr. Elliott? Okay, thank you. I'm hearing none. I will go on to the Program 6 Competency-Based Education Pilot Program Waiver. Again, this was covered extensively in different committee meetings yesterday, but wanted to again speak to this from a business model and a program model. This is an opportunity for our system to evaluate what is really a nationally recognized non-traditional instructional model. And this will inform decisions that we make as a system regarding the future expansion and potential policy considerations that relate to competency-based education. It's a model, as Dr. Kamen shared with us yesterday, by using an analogy for gaming that enables students to progress through demonstrated mastery of clearly defined competencies rather than the amount of time that they have spent in an instructional environment. We talked about the importance of this kind of programming and offering to our military veterans. And I remember Dr. Grant Campbell talking at length about people with whom he had served who had been accomplished medics in the field, but when coming back, really needed to go through an entire program of instruction to ostensibly learn things that they had already mastered. So these kinds of programs are extremely important for us. And I wanted to thank President Rogers of Wilkes and President Sorrells from Fayetteville Tech, who shared their perspectives at finance yesterday. And from a programs perspective, the potential outcomes of this pilot include really evidence that we need to show how this expanded access supports progression, completion, and time to credential. It will help us to evaluate how our existing time and seat model aligns with the competency-based instruction model and related implications for what are the other kinds of demands that this program calls on in terms of instruction, advising, and success coach demands. Will enable us to see, Dr. McGinnis, how well the competency-based system supports our workforce-aligned credential attainment. And finally, outcomes will support a potential system-wide expansion and change of policy. So are there questions for Dr. Merritt regarding any of these items? Dr. Merritt, would you have any further comments? Oh, Mr. Lane, please.
So we have lots of great programs, and I have to admit, I get confused. What are all of the programs? Where are they, and who do they apply to? So is there a place that a parent or a student could look and say, here are all the different programs, here are my needs, and these are the ones that I might look into? Is that on our website, or how would they find that out?
Is always a great question, Mr. Lang. I'm going to defer to my esteemed colleague.
Thank you for that question. I think that it's a couple ways that colleges and parents could find that information. Starting at the system level, there is a program finder on our system website that we work with colleges, and I know Nathan and the marketing team works with our team to update that a number of times a year. Individual colleges each have their own websites and their own respective ways to be able to find programs and courses at their individual colleges. And I think we've discussed this before at some point over the past year since Mr. Ottman's joined. But as we look at the full ERP transformation as well, I think that there's an opportunity for us to really streamline and take a look with the combined course library that we are really working hard on. There's going to be some really nice features on that new, what we're calling our system catalog, that will make it much more easily searchable for colleges, but also for students and parents as well.
Is there a plan, or maybe it's there now, where it's a natural language Q&A, kind of like a ChatGPT, or one of the AI programs where you don't have to be literate in IT. You can just ask your questions. Hey, I have a student, they have these needs, they have some special needs, and I live in this location, and what do you recommend? Yeah. And it will come back to you as it thinks and interprets all of that.
That's a great suggestion, and something that we talked about. I saw Mr. Ottman scoot up to the microphone, but it's something we've talked about, but we're still learning about the new system as well. So take it away.
I think one of the nice things about what Aleutian's building is you need the foundation, right? So once you have the Common Course Library, then there's no reason, once you have that trusted source of data, you can't create a large language model that would actually enable exactly what you're suggesting.
Even if they're not current courses, Scott, like they're programs for assistance, like Boost and some of these other ones that we have.
And I do think that and again, I'm not the expert on the vendor, but I do know that the Aleutian student kind of rollout that they announced at their eLive event a few months ago, and they've done demos for our presidents and for a number of us already. We will have Aleutian at our system conference as well in October to do a large demo of Aleutian student that is an AI capability or agent that kind of oversees and goes over all of their various platforms. So again, we're still learning about the product and the rollout, but I think that it is a component that we'll be leveraging moving forward.
Yeah, what I'd like to do is hold the questions. We got a lot of material yet to cover, and I think we've got a plan to have Aleutian come in and demo to the board what Aleutian student is, Jeff, and I think it's going to answer a lot of your questions. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yesterday and again today, finance and programs and others have mentioned the approval to establish 4 SHRA positions within our system to support the transition of the Bio Network Learning Solution Center from Gaston College to the system office. We discussed yesterday that those 4 people that currently hold those positions would be eligible to apply for this new position, just as anyone would. And so Personnel Committee, well, first of all, any discussion on that? I think we've hit it pretty well from all sides. But if there are no questions, then Personnel Committee recommends, and I so move, the request to make 4 new positions to support the Bio Network Learning Solution Center.
Heard the motion from the Personnel Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
Just for information purposes, in your packet, we talked about briefly the vacancy report has ticked up a little bit, but I think maybe in closed session, we can bring that back down a notch. We talked about no current presidents seeking office or leaving office or seeking office. And we had a brief discussion that we won't bring out again today about how to reward employees for their performance. That concludes my portion of the open session. I will say this for a few of the president's concerns, that we will not be more than 4 hours in closed session, okay? So at this time, I move to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute.
I got one adjustment.
I'm sorry.
All right. What I've got to do, Bill, is I need a motion. We're going to add one additional item to the closed session. So there'll be 4 items in the closed session. So I move to approve the agenda as amended with 4 items for closed session. Second, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. So we had 3, now we have 4. Great. So at this time, I move to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 143.
No, we're not going in yet. I've got to, hold on, sit down, everybody. He doesn't do it yet. We're going to go now. We're going to talk about the search. So before we go into closed session, Bill, I want to give everybody an update on where we are with the search and the process that's got us there. Okay? You know. All right. Ready to go? Pull it up on the screen. Okay, we'll be going into closed session here in a few minutes. And I think it's important that I remind everyone of the path we use forward really over the last 6 months that led us to the recommendation that we will end up taking to the General Assembly for approval. And let me start with where this started last November at this board meeting. I said our goal was simple but significant. I'll take over now. There we go. We will identify a transformative leader who can move the system at the speed of business and innovation, leverage the collective strengths of our 58 colleges and the communities they serve. This process will be transparent, collaborative, and focused on results. And I hope after today, you'll see that's exactly what we've executed over the last 6 months. Now, it all started with collaboration and ensuring everyone who needed to have a voice in the process and could impact the process had that voice. We started with the search committee, who managed all aspects of the search and evaluation process. Mr. Kane has stepped out, but John Kane has been at my side throughout this entire process over the last 6 months. I really appreciate his leadership and the teamwork we've established over that period of time. We're going to coordinate with a search firm and a search advisory committee, which I'll talk about here in a minute. We would have to provide a minimum of 3 finalists to the State Board for approval, and only 1 name is provided to the General Assembly once the board votes today. The search committee members, well, again, myself, John Kane, Chaz Beasley, who, because of personal reasons and work assignments, decided to resign from the board. Treasurer Brad Briner, Lisa Esep, and Chris Lumsden. Then we established an advisory committee who are non-voting members who proved to be incredibly invaluable throughout the process. Their role was to provide external perspective from business, government, education sectors, advise on the leadership qualities they believe were necessary for a successful president, clarity on statewide priorities and workforce needs across our state. And the interview process will be finalized based upon the pool of candidates that were selected, of which this team was part of that team that selected those candidates. And I'm going to walk through them. Chris Chung was involved in every meeting. Chris brought incredible wealth of knowledge on economic development, the needs of our employees. And Chris even contacted a number of the references for the candidate that we will be selecting. Seth Dearman from the governor's office and I had conversations throughout the process. He participated in all the meetings, and they were incredibly great conversations, and we were able to build good relationships during that period of time. Dr. Amanda Lee, when the meetings were here, drove here. Some of the meetings at the end were Zoom meetings because of time, and I want to thank her for her time, attention, and participation at all the meetings. Michael Lee was a representative from the Senate he could not participate at a session, did get regular updates on our process. Ward Nye, who is the CEO of Martin Marietta, and I spoke to Ward a few days ago, and he apologized for missing one of the last meetings. And I said, Ward, there's no reason to call to explain why you left. I read the Wall Street Journal that morning, and he just finished a $13.5 billion acquisition. So I said, I think you got a reasonable excuse to miss the meeting. Gene Reeves from the Trustees Association participated in all the sessions. And then David Willis participated in just about all the sessions. And again, we had multiple conversations with both him and Michael Lee and Seth Dearman throughout the process. I believe they greatly appreciated their ability to participate in the process. So there were no surprises as we managed through it and selected our candidate. This was the engagement plan, and we started at the top of the pyramid. John Kane and I met with about 15 senior executives from across the state, including the House, the Senate, and the governor's office, the governor. We met with great leaders in the state like Sharon Decker, who John and I both got to know at the EDPNC, Gary Salamita, and I could go down the list, but they were very fruitful conversations that all led to the development of the profile, which is the core document with which we select the candidate. Other stakeholder interviews were completed across the state, both in person and online through our search firm, and I believe they've joined. Ken, are you on?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, great. We had stakeholder questionnaires that were completed, and then we actually got public feedback on our website as well. So everyone had a voice in creating the profile, which is the foundation for the selection of this president, and we had overall agreement on the profile that we developed. And this was the profile. What was interesting, we'd ask candidates, why did you apply? And they said, we really like that front cover. I wasn't sure about it, but it really played well, and they really understood the final candidates, once they saw the budget that was approved, that this state wasn't just talking about community colleges, workforce, and community college education. We were investing in it, and there was no better place to be but North Carolina. We also included to develop credibility with the process, and these were quotes from Gary Salamita, Peter Hans, MC Belk Pylon, Lee Lilly. We also had Mo Green, the superintendent of public education. Those are just some of the folks that John Kane and I spoke to. And these were quotes to include the validity and the buy-in across the state for the person taking this new role. From there, the profile was developed, and we have a lot to brag about. We've heard this morning we're the #1 state for business. I believe, what are we, #4 in workforce? Is that right? Whoever comes in's got the job to get us to #1. But we have a lot to celebrate, and we are, again, a top state in this country, the 3rd largest community college system with a $2 billion budget here for the system, as well as the money that the colleges receive as well. So we had a really good story and attracted a strong pool of candidates across industry and across the country. And the leader's charge, with economic development, major focus on workforce development with the announcement of Propel and one system leadership. A lot of that around the transformation and moving to one unified system, as we've talked about here this morning and many other board meetings. Top opportunities, right at the top, lead bold transformation, modernize systems, unify our colleges, and bring barriers to completion. Secure sustainable funds and win legislative confidence. We can check that one off as a great foundation with a lot more work to come in the long session. Workforce and employer alignment as we teach students and employers that they are valuable customers of the system. Build the trust, transparency, and measurable outcomes. And I believe with the people that participated both on the advisory council, we have built significant trust in the process and in the system office. And then finally, one of the opportunities is really to develop a high-performing system office. Top characteristics, bias for action with strategic discipline, relationship and team builder, courageous and humble decision maker. And humble was a word we hear a lot. I mean, I think we hear great stories about our students, but they're humble. And I think most of our college presidents, if you look at them, if not all, are humble leaders. And that was one of the things we looked hard at as we make this decision as a board. Enterprise thinker with political savvy. And then a charismatic communicator in the face of the system who can communicate that message effectively, gain consensus, and accelerate our success. The timeline is what I shared with you back in October. That was when we announced the structure. We've deployed on each of those. Somebody said, well, why aren't the May and June highlighted since we're past? Since I do my own charts, I ran out of time and it was a cut and paste. So luckily it was only a cut and paste because the dates haven't changed. The 3 finalist interviews, we actually had 4 finalist interviews and those candidates are now ranked and we'll discuss that here in a few minutes. And the onboarding process will now be really in the August and September timeframe as we onboard the new candidate. So I wanted to share how we got here. It was a long path. It was a thoughtful path. I'm proud of the search committee. I'm proud of the advisory committee. The final candidates were interviewed by the entire executive committee of this board. So half our board has already met the candidates, which you will vote on today. But I hope you believe in the process, believed in it. I believe we've driven consensus and belief in the system with these investments, and that will only grow with the confidence that our governor, the House, the Senate, and business leaders across this state see in the manner in which we approach this search. So with that, any questions? Not be in the closed session. I can't tell you I can answer them, but if there's anything related to the process itself, I'll be happy to answer it. If not, we will break for about 5 minutes to give everybody a break since it's been a long meeting. Okay.
So we need to make a motion to go into closed session?
Right.
Or are we just going into closed session?
We're going to break. All right, we'll break for 5 minutes and we'll go into closed session.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. I move to go into closed session pursuant to North Carolina General Statutes 143-318.11A1 and A6 to prevent the disclosure of information that is confidential or privileged in accordance with the General Statute 115D-27 and to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, character, and fitness of individual public employees and prospective employees. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, we are now moving into closed session. Okay, we are now back in open session. Mr. McBrayer, the podium is yours.
I'm going to just hold a second and let people come in. How about that? Just out of courtesy.
Okay. We wore them all out.
But in the interest of time, I'm moving forward. So, Mr. Chair, Personnel Committee recommends, and I so move, the new hire of Isaiah Minor as the Cloud Systems Engineer.
For the motion of the Personnel Committee, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries.
Also, Personnel Committee recommends, and I so move, the new hire of Naga Sai Ram Nari as Director of ERP Operations.
For the motion from the Personnel Committee, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
And Personnel Committee recommends, and I so move, a new hire of Sean Todrick as Information Security Officer.
You've heard the motion from the Personnel Committee. All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion carries.
And that completes my report, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McBrayer. I just want to inform everyone in the room and online, the State Board has voted to elect the new system president and CEO, pending contract and General Assembly approval. An official announcement will be made at a later date. Dr. Carver.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back.
Thank you, sir.
It was welcome back, Cotter.
Cotter, yeah.
Cotter.
Close.
But third time's the charm. Good to have you back. We had a lot of good times the last time you were here, a lot of results, and look forward to your leadership.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and at your place, Dr. Carver provided a gift. Take. It's the Declaration of Independence with short 50th anniversary.
Are you getting ready to have done? Exactly. Yeah. I was just strolling, sir. Mr. Chairman, thank you for your kind comments. I'd like to thank all the friends in the room that have, and some that have left, that it made me feel so welcome. And I want to assure everyone and thank everyone for those kind words. And I want to assure you that I hope to live up to that. It gives me a great deal of pride to be able to address this group and those that are online. And it's been my life's work, community colleges. And so when the chairman called, I said, yes, sir, I'll be glad to help in this transition period as you head into the selection of the next president. Before you, yes, is a copy of the Declaration of Independence. I think it's a proud document that was written for the experiment of democracy. And once upon a time, there's legislation that was written for the experiment of community colleges. So as America evolves, the community colleges evolve. And if you haven't read it, there's a little book called They Signed Their Lives Away. Most people think maybe they signed it all on that particular day. No, they came in and out and snuck in because they were criminals in the British Empire to be able to do this. Now, we're not criminals helping students, Stephanie. We are proud to be able to serve. I look forward to voting for you for governor one day. But our community colleges play that role of seeking programs so that we can have productive citizens. So I did write several pages here, Mandy, and it's always tough to follow Mandy. Mandy and I were colleagues for that. Yeah, I knew you back when. We lost her from the classroom, but what a great star she has been as a president in our system. I was never brave enough, Mandy, to be president of the association. Not that they would have voted for me, but I was never brave enough. So thank you for all you do and the kind comments that you gave me. What a wonderful place that we are, Alex. What a wonderful place where we are with a new budget. Dr. McGinnis with a new business model.
Who knew on that whiteboard that chemistry, that alchemy that you did, not a perfect science, but nonetheless, we have a new business model. I didn't dream when I was a dean of continuing ed, nor as a chief academic officer, that we could get to this level of success. I ran into Todd Johnson, that was Mr. Chairman, on a college campus the other day when I was kidnapped and had to do the bus tour. They said they either wanted me or the chairman. I knew the chairman was much busier than I was, so I took one for the team and got on the bus. But visiting a college is not taking one for the team. Visiting colleges gives you the energy because you see the students. We were there with apprenticeships, with Caroline Sullivan and her group as we toured, and Siemens Foundation supporting apprenticeships, ABP supporting apprenticeships. But most important, what we saw the students in action, learning skills provided by our good instruction presidents, our good instruction, and this agency being part of that, where we keep programs and courses here for the service of students so that colleges will have those programs. Yes, board, you have the oversight of those programs. You will see the results of these changes. You will see the results as we remove continuing ed and curriculum from our vernacular, and we come up with other words to be used so that we can serve students. It was a delight to engage while you were doing business in here, the group of students that you have here today. Sometimes we forget Dr. Gold. It is about the student and the energy. I've challenged Dr. Gold that we need interns. But what I've realized, Dr. Gold, we need apprentices in the building. And we can do that. Let's get some student energy. So I'll throw that challenge out. Not that she doesn't have enough to do right now, but she always nods her head and says yes. So thank you, Dr. Gold. Philip, good luck on getting presidents. When's the last time you thought you were going to get a budget package at the August meeting? I think it was back when maybe I'd been a president. Maybe not. Maybe, who knows, Philip, if you track that information. Dr. Merritt, Dr. Gardner, I appreciate your ideas on this new business model. Patrick, I think you got something new going on too. So Deontay and Patrick are challenged. It's good to hear, Mr. Ottman, the progress that's been made. I know it's been painful, that the progress has been made with a partner, a vendor partner, but progress nonetheless. So all of this is nothing but a great runway for the new president. I'm not going to use the word silver platter, but it is a great runway to come in with this excitement. And Mr. Looney, you're absolutely correct. The most important job in North Carolina. Some think there may be some other educational entities that have the most important job. But I don't think they serve over 600,000 students. I don't think they serve, President Elliott, those that have been left behind. It is easy to serve those who have been selected to go to college. In my comments to this building, I reminded them of Dallas Herring. We carry them. They come to us and then we carry them to where they want to go. That means it's intimate. You're going to carry them, not just process them. Dr. Merritt, we are doing some work on processing, aren't we? In AI? But we still have the human element in that. He's done some work on AI with student enrollment. So it's already in the works. AI and some of the other industry topics that come to mind, like biotech. But what I went to visit was welding and electrical careers with these apprenticeships. So we can get fancy, but we meet everyone in the community, and community means everyone. So, Mr. Chairman, I'll end there. Enjoy. I have read the Declaration of Independence. I read it to my wife. She said, "Why are you doing that?" But I said, it's our 250th anniversary. And as I took I like to think that I'm a little bit of a student of history. And so there are other things to remind us what a great democracy we live in, what a great state we live in, what a great system we have, and what our students are able to live in. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Carver.
Okay, we're going to move on now. We'll vote on the 26 State Board calendar revisions. The 26 State Board calendar revisions have been presented. Are there any questions regarding the revisions to our board calendar? We are trying to simplify it, reduce meetings, to make it easier for busy people to join this board. So we'll continue to revise the calendar and simplify it over time. Can I have a motion to approve the State Board calendar? Yes.
Well, maybe I just hadn't read never mind. I hadn't read the asterisks out beside it. Never mind. I'm good.
All right. You have a motion then?
Or have a motion to approve as written, sir.
We have a second. Mr. Ottman, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. I think you've got it on there twice there, right? 2027 calendar has also been presented. Are there any questions regarding the 2027 board calendar? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Do I have a second? Mr. McBeer, Mr. Ottman, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Is there any new business?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion, please.
All right.
Instead of waiting until August or calling a special meeting of the entire board, I move to delegate the approval of the new president's contract to the executive committee.
Heard the motion. Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Just a quick chairs report. I also, like Lisa, will miss Chaz Beasley. He was a great friend. There's nobody at that podium like Chaz, but because of family issues and in a new role, he will be really missed on this board. It's been an honor and a pleasure to serve with Chaz. As far as, again, I want to thank Dr. Carver as well. I want to recognize the state budget, which is in front of you up here. Again, historic. Thanks to the entire team for that. The future, all right, we've already scheduled next year's events. Community College Day is at the Capitol on April 7th. So we're doing this thing 9 months out. First time we did it, I think it was 3 weeks out, Alex, right? So we're 9 months ahead now. On April 21 is the Community College Awards Dinner and Celebration, which will be at the Angus Barn again. And I think the first year we did that, we started planning in January. So the team has really picked up the game, and we are getting these things on the calendar and planning early. Where is that on here? Go ahead and say it. All right, the State Board Summit is January 20th and 22nd. We do that with a board meeting. We wanted to give the new president a couple of months to at least to be on board and work with Dr. McGinnis before we get to the summit. We had great results out of last year's meeting. Pendo participated in our awards ceremony and said, hey, we loved hosting you. We'd love to host you again. They showed up at the event and reiterated it. So we took them up on it. What is that? Oh, that's next. Yes. Let's bring that up. Is it up? It is up. I wanted to share with you the changes occurring to this board. You've heard me mention multiple times now about the skills and experiences of this board, and I believe it's the #1 board. The thing that's occurring here next June is we are potentially losing 10 board members. Those board members are on the left. The right-hand side are the committees that they currently participate on. So #1 is it's important that we, again, recruit, encourage candidates with specific skills required on this board as we built it over the last 4 years. And the second thing is to move people into leadership positions so they can get prepared as people leave. Lisa Estep, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, she's chaired finance for many years. She's currently chairing policy and governance. So the ones in yellow are roles that those current board members will cede and will place someone else in that role. Mr. McBrayer is Vice Chair of Personnel now. That's another one that we will move someone else in who will be staying on the board to learn from Bill, the good and the bad, hopefully more good than bad. And then Chaz, both the chair and the co-chair will have to be reassigned for our policy and governance. The rest of them are no changes. Folks will remain in place in those positions, but I just wanted to see that we're a year out. We have to start planning for change in leadership, and that work has begun. And those yellow positions will be filled here in the next week, so these people will begin to pick up those roles at the next meeting. I've spoken to a few of you already. I just wanted you to see that. Any questions? But it's a big turnover, and again, Brad Briner and Lieutenant Governor Hunt will be rolling off the board. Commissioner Farley, Labor Commissioner Farley will continue on, which we're very pleased to have him on our board. Future meetings, Thursday, August 13th and the 14th. Any other comments or questions on today's meeting? This is the longest meeting we've ever had. I apologize too. It was probably the most important meeting we may have ever had. So I appreciate your leadership, your support, and we've got a lot to get done in the next 2 weeks. Stay tuned and stay quiet, and we'll see you in a month, if not sooner. This meeting is adjourned.